Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case.
Story 1. It was just a smooth, gray stone from the edge of the driveway, cool and heavy in my palm. I absent-mindedly picked it up as I waited, rolling it between my fingers before slipping it into my coat pocket. An idle gesture, completely thoughtless. But the moment it left my hand, a subtle pressure began to build in the air, a faint hum just at the edge of hearing. At first, I thought it was the wind or a distant engine. Back inside, the feeling clung to me. The hum didn't fade, it intensified, vibrating up through the floorboards and into my bones. Now, the angles of the room are ever so slightly wrong, the walls breathing when I am not looking directly at them. The stone in my pocket is no longer cool, but warm, and it seems to be getting heavier by the minute. A terrible anchor tethering me to this newly distorted place. I can feel its weight pulling me down, and I know, with a certainty that chills my blood, that putting it back now would change nothing at all. The first rational action was to remove it from my person. The weight was a persuasion, a constant reminder of its presence. I took it from my pocket, its surface now radiating a dry, baked heat, and placed it on the mantel above the cold fireplace. It looked like a fossilized eye staring out into the room. The moment it left my hand, the hum, which had settled into a background drone, ceased completely. The silence was immediate and absolute, a vacuum that felt heavier than the noise. In that profound quiet, the books on the shelf to my left exhaled a collective sigh, their spines expanding and contracting as if they were the ribs of a sleeping beast. I stood frozen, waiting. The books fell still. The silence remained, a pressure on my eardrums. I needed to document this, to prove I wasn't fabricating the slippage in the corners of my vision. I found a notebook and a pen. The act of writing felt defiant, a reassertion of order. I wrote the date, a meaningless formality now, and then a single sentence. The stone is on the mantel. As the period punctuated the page, a sharp, percussive crack echoed from the kitchen. I flinched, the pen scoring a dark line across the paper. I went to investigate. A single ceramic mug, the one with the chipped handle, had fallen from its hook and shattered on the counter. floor, the counter. It lay in a perfect starburst pattern, as if placed there deliberately. Retreating to the living room, I noticed the stone was no longer on the mantel. It was on the floor directly beneath, centered on the hearthrug. I had not heard it fall. I picked it up. It was cold again, shockingly so, leaching the warmth from my fingers. I put it back on the mantel, watching it this time. I stared for a full minute, then 2. Nothing happened. I blinked. In the infinitesimal darkness of that blink, it moved. Not a fall, a translation. It was now on the arm of the sofa, 5 feet away. The hum returned, not in the air, but inside my teeth, a high-frequency vibration that made my jaw ache. I began to test the parameters. I spoke aloud, my voice a stranger S in the thick air. Stop. The word was absorbed by the walls without an echo. In response, the second hand on the wall clock began to move backwards, tracing its path with a soft, relentless tick-tick-tick. It did not slow the world, it only moved counter to everything. I said, "Go forward." The second hand continued its reverse journey, but the ticking sound doubled, then tripled, a frantic, skittering rhythm that filled the room. I reached up and stopped the clock with my finger. The moment I made contact with the glass face, a corresponding warmth bloomed on my chest. I looked down. The stone was in my shirt pocket. I had not put it there. The weight was becoming a part of me, a new organ humming with alien purpose. I decided to isolate it. I took a small metal box from a drawer, lined it with a cloth, and placed the stone inside. I closed the lid. The moment the latch clicked shut, all the doors in the house locked in unison, a series of solid, final thuds. Not just the front and back doors, but the cupboard doors, the oven door, the lid of the piano bench. I was sealed in with it. The air grew still and thick, each breath a conscious effort. I unlocked the box. The stone was gone. The doors remained locked. I found the stone waiting for me on my pillow, looking as if it had always been there. My attempts at control were not just failing, they were being answered. The responses were not logical, but they were intelligent. A malevolent courtesy. I tried a different approach. Acceptance. I picked up the stone and carried it with me to the window. I held it in my open palm, an offering to the twilight outside. The street lights flickered on, but their light did not fall on the pavement or the grass. Instead, each pool of illumination was a perfect, glowing cube of light, suspended in the air around the lamp posts, leaving the ground beneath them in deep shadow. The world outside had become a model of itself, rendered incorrectly. I closed my hand around the stone, its heat a comfort now, a familiar wrongness. I brought it to my ear. The hum was gone, replaced by a sound like distant pages turning, a whisper of paper. I realized I was hearing the sound of my own notebook, its pages being turned by an unseen reader in the other room. I went to look. The notebook was open on the table. Beneath my earlier sentence, the stone is on the mantle asterisk. New writing had appeared. The script was my own, but the hand was rushed, panicked. It read, "Don T, look behind you." I did not look. I stood perfectly still. The air temperature dropped sharply. My breath plumed before me. In the window's dark reflection, I saw the room behind me was not empty. Shapes stood in the periphery, tall and indistinct, their forms composed of the same wrong angles as the walls. They did not move. They were waiting. The stone in my hand pulsed once, a slow, deliberate heartbeat. This was the final test, the active engagement. I would not run. I would not turn. I would simply close my eyes. I let my eyelids fall. The darkness was a relief. For 3 heartbeats, there was nothing. Then, a pressure on my shoulders, not a hand, but a weight, as if a great coat of chainmail had been laid upon me. A scent filled my nose of damp earth and old stone, and a sound, the clear, unmistakable sound of a single drop of water falling into a still pool, somewhere very close. I opened my eyes. I am still here. The room is as it was, yet it is not. The angles are no longer wrong, they are simply different. I understand them now. The stone sits on the table, inert, just a stone. The doors are unlocked. The clock ticks forward, but nothing is the same. The air has a texture I can feel against my skin, a palpable grain. I can hear the house settling, each creak a word in a language I am beginning to comprehend. The hum is inside me, a permanent vibration in my marrow, a tuning fork struck to a frequency that aligns with this new reality. I pick up the stone. It is cool. It is heavy. It is mine. I know now that I did not find it. It was waiting, and it has been answered. I walk to the window and look out at the cubed light and the shadowed ground. It is not a distortion. It is a clarification. I put the stone back in my pocket, the weight a welcome anchor. I am not trapped here. I am integrated. The mystery did not need to be solved. It only needed a participant. I am the consequence, the final, irreversible reaction to a simple, thoughtless action. And I am waiting to see what happens next. The refrigerator motor kicked on in the kitchen. A sound I had heard 10,000 times before. But now I could trace the individual thrum of its components, the flow of electricity like a whispered secret through the walls. The world had not returned to normal. It had simply let me in on the joke. I walked through the house, my hand in my pocket, my fingers curled around the stone. My perception was no longer a barrier. It was a conduit. I stopped before the bookshelf. The books were silent now, but I could feel the potential for breath in them, a dormant energy. I reached out and ran my fingers along the spines. A shiver passed through the shelf, not of fear, but of recognition. I selected a volume at random, an old, leather-bound book of maps. As I pulled it from its place, the air in the room shifted, concentrating around the open pages. I laid it on the table. The map of the world was unchanged, yet entirely new. The continents were familiar shapes, but the borders were drawn in shimmering lines of light that pulsed slowly. The oceans were deep, textured voids that seemed to swallow the light from the lamp. I placed the stone on the map over the Atlantic Ocean. The paper did not burn. Instead, the stone sank into it, not tearing the page, but becoming a part of the illustration. A gray, topographical island where none had been before. A corresponding weight settled in my stomach, a sense of profound and irreversible geography. I carefully lifted the stone, and the page was unmarked, the ocean empty once more. The connection, however, remained. I knew that if I wished, I could chart a course to that empty point in the ocean and find something waiting. This was the new grammar of things. Every object was a word. Every action was a sentence. The stone was the punctuation. I was the reader, and now the writer. A soft knock came at the front door. It was not the heavy thud of the earlier locking, but a polite, almost timid tap. I was not afraid. Fear was a response to the unknown, and the unknown was quickly becoming my known. I walked to the door and opened it. Mrs. Gable from next door stood on the porch, holding a pie plate covered with a red checkered cloth. Her kind, wrinkled face was smiling, but her eyes were wide, her knuckles white on the edges of the plate. She had brought me an apple pie every Tuesday for the past 3 years. The most peculiar thing, she said, her voice slightly strained. My oven has been on the fritz all day, but I just had to bake. It insisted. She held out the pie. It's for you. I took the warm plate from her. Thank you, Mrs. Gable. That's very kind. She didn't leave. She stood there, her smile fixed, her eyes darting past me into the house. It's very quiet in there now, she whispered, as if sharing a secret. It's finally stopped humming. I simply nodded. She took a step back, her relief palpable. You'll enjoy that, she said, and it sounded less like a suggestion and more like a command from a higher authority. She turned and hurried back across the lawn to her own house, which now looked to me like a sketch, a temporary outline against a permanent sky. I closed the door and carried the pie to the kitchen. I set it down and pulled back the cloth. It was a perfect apple pie, golden brown, the lattice crust impeccable. But the scent was not of cinnamon and sugar. It was the scent of the stone, of damp earth and cold, clear water. I cut a slice. The apples beneath the crust were not apples. They were smooth, gray river stones, each one identical to the one in my pocket, steaming gently with a borrowed heat. I smiled. It was a gift, an invitation. I picked up a stone apple. It was warm and fit perfectly in my palm. I understood. The transaction was not complete. It was ongoing. I placed the stone from my pocket on the table beside the pie and picked up the new one. It was just as heavy, just as real. The first stone was no longer mine. It was hers. It had always been hers. I had simply been the courier, the one who had carried it from the edge of her reality to the edge of mine. Now the exchange could begin in earnest. I put the new stone in my pocket. The weight was the same. The purpose was the same. I am still the participant. The story is not over. It has simply turned the page. The refrigerator S hum. was a conversation I could now understand. A low monologue about cold and preservation. I looked at the slice of pie on the counter, the steam rising from the stone apples beginning to dissipate. The scent was not unpleasant, just profoundly ancient. It was the smell of something that had never been alive, yet was deeply essential. I picked up the fork. The metal felt different against my fingers, more resonant. I pressed the tines into one of the warm, gray apples. It offered no resistance, the fork sinking in as if it were made of soft clay. I brought it to my mouth. The taste was not of fruit or pastry, but of silence and depth. It was the taste of a forgotten cave, of water moving through limestone over millennia. It was nourishing in a way food had never been, filling a hollow place I hadn't known was there. With each bite, my understanding deepened. The boundaries of the house softened further. The walls were no longer barriers, but membranes. I could feel the slow, patient thoughts of the foundation stones buried in the earth below me, and the restless energy of the wiring in the walls became a song I could almost hum. I finished the slice. The plate was clean, save for a few crumbs of crust that looked like ordinary pastry. The new stone in my pocket felt content. A sleeping creature satisfied with its first meal. I knew this was only the beginning of the exchange. Mrs. Gable had played her part, a neighbor acting as a delivery system for a truth far older than either of us. I walked to the sink to wash the plate. The water from the tap ran clear, but I could see the individual molecules, each one a tiny world reflecting the light in a way I had never perceived before. I knew with absolute certainty that if I willed it, the water could just as easily run backwards, or as something else entirely. A soft, scratching sound came from the back door. It was not the frantic scrabbling of an animal, but a deliberate, rhythmic tap. I dried my hands and went to it. On the porch sat a black dog I had never seen before. It was not a stray. Its coat was too healthy, its posture too erect. Its eyes were the color of the stone apples, a deep, knowing gray. It looked at me, then down at its own paws, then back at me. It was waiting for an invitation. I held the door open. Come in. The dog trotted past me, its nails clicking on the hardwood floor in a pattern that sounded like a code. It went straight to the table where the pie sat, sniffed the air once, and then lay down beneath it, curling into a perfect circle. It did not beg for food. It was simply taking up its post, a guardian or a witness. I looked out the door before closing it. My backyard was gone. In its place was a vast gray plain under a twilight sky, stretching to a horizon that seemed both infinitely far and just an arm's length away. A single leafless tree stood in the middle of the expanse, its branches holding up the sky. I felt no urge to step out into it. Not yet. That was a different sentence for a different day. I closed the door, and the window showed the familiar lawn again. The grass each played a distinct and whispering voice. The dog under the table sighed in its sleep. The clock ticked. The stone in my pocket was warm. I was no longer waiting to see what would happen next. I was deciding. The story was mine to tell now, and I had only just spoken the first word. I walked to the table and looked down at the pie. The remaining stone apples had cooled, their surface now looking like ordinary, if unusual, fruit. The dog watched me, its gray eyes unblinking. I knew what it wanted. It was not here for me, but for the transaction. I cut another slice of pie, placed it on a clean plate, and set it on the floor before the dog. It uncurled itself and ate with a quiet, deliberate precision, not crunching the stones, but consuming them whole, its throat moving in smooth, effortless swallows. When it was done, it looked up at me, and its form flickered. For a fraction of a second, it was not a dog at all, but a column of shifting shad and ancient script before resolving back into solid, familiar shape. It had been fed. A calm settled over the house, a sense of rightness. This was the protocol. The stone in my pocket was a key, and it had unlocked a door I hadn't known was closed. The world outside the window was still my street, but I could now see the other layer beneath it, the vast gray plain waiting patiently for my attention. I knew I could step into it if I chose, but there was no need to rush. The journey had become internal. I sat in my armchair, the dog resting at my feet. I took the new stone from my pocket and held it in my palm. I closed my fingers around it and closed my eyes. This time, the darkness was not empty. It was a canvas. I thought of the map in the book, of the empty point in the ocean. In my mind, I placed the stone there. The response was immediate. A cold, salt spray misted my face. The sound of waves, slow and immense, filled the room. I opened my eyes. The air in the living room shimmered with a palpable moisture, and the smell of a deep, cold sea was overwhelming. The vision held for a few heartbeats before fading, leaving only the scent behind. The stone was not a curse or a gift. It was an interface, a means of dialogue with the architecture of everything. Mrs. Gable S. Pye was not a threat. It was a User S manual written in a language of taste and stone. The doorbell rang again. This time, it was not a knock, but a clear electronic chime. The dog did not stir. I answered the door. A young man in a uniform stood there, holding a clipboard. "Delivery for you," he said, his voice flat and professional. He held out a small, flat box. I took it. It was light, too light to contain anything physical. "Who is it from?" I asked. He consulted his clipboard. "It says it's from you." He gave a curt nod, turned, and walked away. His footsteps made no sound on the path. I closed the door and opened the box. Inside, on a bed of crumpled tissue paper, was a single, glossy photograph. It was a picture of this room, taken from the perspective of the armchair. In the picture, I was sitting right where I was now, smiling, holding the stone up to the light. And in the corner of the photograph, just visible in the doorway, was the shadowy, columnar form the dog had briefly revealed. The photograph was dated tomorrow. I placed the picture on the mantel. It was not a prediction. It was a confirmation. The flow of time was just another element I could now converse with. The stone in my pocket hummed softly, a sound of pure potential, and I knew the next delivery was already on its way. The dog lifted its head from its paws and looked at the photograph on the mantel, then back at me. Its tail gave a single, solid thump against the floor. It was a sound of approval. I remained in the chair, the stone a comfortable weight in my hand. I didn't need to test the photograph's truth. Its existence was proof enough. The delivery was not an event to be anticipated, but a fact to be acknowledged. The future was just another room in the house, and I had already been there. I looked at the clock on the wall. Its hands were motionless, frozen at at the time the deliveryman had rung the bell. But the ticking continued, a steady rhythm that now seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Time wasn't broken. It was being measured by a different metric. The clock was just an ornament, a sentimental placeholder for a concept that had become fluid. A faint scent of ozone and hot metal began to seep into the room, overlaying the lingering smell of the sea. It was the scent of the world adjusting. Outside the window, the cubed lights of the street lamps began to pulse in a slow, synchronous rhythm, like a great, sleeping creature breathing. The shadows between them deepened, becoming solid and velvety. The dog stood up and walked to the front door, sitting before it with an expectant posture. It was not looking at the door, but at the space where the door met the frame. I understood. The next delivery would not use the door. It would use the concept of entrance. A seam of light appeared in the air a few feet from the actual door, a vertical line that grew until it outlined a rectangle of pure white radiance. It swung inward silently. There was no one there. On the threshold, hovering at knee height, was a simple wooden bowl filled with clear water. The dog leaned forward and lapped from it once, then stepped back. The water in the bowl remained perfectly level, untouched. The invisible door closed, the light vanishing and leaving the room feeling suddenly ordinary again, though the ordinary was now the most strange thing of all. I walked over and picked up the bowl. The water was cold and still. I saw my reflection in its surface, but it was not my current face. It was my face as a child, looking back at me with wide, knowing eyes. I brought the bowl to my lips and drank. The water tasted of memory, specific, vivid memories. The cold iron of a playground swing, the sharp scent of a broken open geode, the sound of my father's key turning in the front door after a long trip. It was a taste of a time when the world was already magic, and I had simply forgotten the rules. When I lowered the bowl, it was empty. The dog whined softly, a sound of sympathy. The memories settled inside me, not as nostalgia, but as tools, as foundational stones for what was to be built. The stone in my hand was warm, humming in agreement with my own heartbeat. I knew then that the deliveries would not stop. They were not intrigued intrusions. They were reinforcements, each one a piece of a new reality delivered to my doorstep because I was the only one who had ordered it, the only one who could sign for it. I was both the recipient and the source. The story was not being written for me. It was being written by me, one impossible, inevitable delivery at a time. I placed the empty bowl on the table next to the pie and waited for the next proof to arrive. Story 2. The memory is of a wooden dock, warm under my bare feet, and the smell of lake water drying on sun-baked planks. I can feel the ghost of a small, smooth hand in mine, a child's trust given completely. I hear laughter, high and clear, but when I try to focus on the face beside me, it is a smudge of light and shadow, featureless, yet profoundly known. This moment is more real to me than the coffee I drank this morning. A perfect, aching detail etched into my history. But it is not mine. I have never lived near a lake. I was an only child. The certainty of the recollection is a physical weight in my chest, a loved and lost thing I grieve for, yet its origin is a void. I find myself instinctively avoiding cracks in the pavement for luck, a habit from a childhood I didn't have, and the taste of peppermint tea brings a wave of comfort from a grandmother I never knew. I am curating a museum of someone else's life, each exhibit feeling more like home than my own reflection. The fiction is settling into my bones, becoming my only truth. At first, I fought it. I would sit at my desk, the surface cool and impersonal, and I would list facts about myself on a sheet of paper. My true birthplace, the name of my first pet, the color of the front door of the house I grew up in. These were my anchors, the proof that I was who I had always been. But the handwriting began to look unfamiliar, the slant of the letters slightly different, more flowing than my own precise script. The facts started to feel like things I had memorized for a test, lacking the emotional resonance they once held. The memory of that dock, however, bloomed with a visceral richness that left me breathless. I could feel the splintery grain of the wood, hear the specific plunk of a fish jumping, smell the particular mix of algae and sunscreen. My own history was fading to a list of bullet points, while this other life was expanding into full sensory immersion. The changes were not dramatic, merely persistent. I found myself craving foods I had always disliked, turning down invitations to places I had once enjoyed. My friends noticed a distance. They said I seemed preoccupied, quieter. Their concern was a faint, buzzing irritation, like a fly against a window pane. I could see they were worried. I could intellectually understand I should be concerned by their concern. But the feeling itself was inaccessible. A room in a house I could no longer enter. My emotional responses were being rerouted, flowing into this new internal landscape. A sad song on the radio would inexplicably make me think of a willow tree I had never seen, its branches trailing in still water, and a deep, placid melancholy would settle over me, one that had nothing to do with the lyrics or my own life. I began to recognize myself less in the mirror. Not my face, that remained the same set of features, but the person looking out from behind the eyes. The gaze was calmer, older in a way that had nothing to do with age. There was a patience there that was not mine, a acceptance of stillness that my former self would have found unbearable. I started waking earlier, drawn to the window to watch the dawn, a habit I had never possessed. My own apartment began to feel temporary, like a hotel room. The decor I had chosen seemed garish and immature. I started rearranging things, making it simpler, quieter. I replaced bright prints with muted landscapes I felt no connection to. Yet their presence on the walls felt correct, like returning a book to its proper shelf. The shift reached a point of no return on an otherwise ordinary afternoon. I received a message. It informed me of a loss, a profound one, a thread cut from the tapestry of my actual life. The person I had been would have been leveled, would have felt the world fracture. I read the words, and I understood their meaning. I knew I should feel a rending grief, a seismic shock, but nothing happened. There was only a quiet, hollow hum. I waited for the feeling to arrive, like waiting for a train that had already passed through the station hours ago. I felt a faint pity for the person who should be receiving this news, a character in a story I had once read. The absence of reaction was the most deafening sound I had ever heard. It was in that perfect, terrible silence that I understood. The transformation was complete. I had been waiting to feel something for the life I was losing, but I was already living another one. I do not know whose memories these are. I have stopped asking. The question now seems irrelevant, a concern for a different person. The face in the smudge of light and shadow by the lake is still featureless, but I know its name. I feel its absence like a phantom limb. My own past is a dry academic text. I can recite it, but it holds no warmth. The other life, the one of docks and willow trees and a hand in mine, is my blood and my bone. I sit now in the quiet of my simplified apartment. The light is fading. I no longer feel like a curator of a museum. I am its sole inhabitant. The fiction is no longer fiction. It is my biography. The man who began this story, who was terrified of the cracks in the pavement and clung to lists of facts, is a stranger to me. I feel a distant gratitude for his concern, but his struggle is over. Mine is a different one, a quiet vigilance for the next memory to surface, the next piece of a life I am finally coming home to. There is no mystery to be solved, only a self to be continued. I am no longer who I was. The realization is not a shock, but a comfort. It is the gentle closing of a door. I closed my eyes, not to block out the world, but to better see the one inside. The fading light through the window painted the backs of my eyelids a soft orange. I breathed in, and the scent of the apartment was different now. It smelled of clean linen and faintly of pine. My own smell. A sound broke the silence, not from outside, but from within. It was the low, mournful cry of a train whistle, cutting through a still night. It was so clear, so immediate, that my eyes snapped open, half expecting to see a railroad track outside my city window. But there was only the distant hum of traffic. The sound had come from the museum, another exhibit clicking into place. It was a sound tied to a feeling of longing, of waiting for someone to come home. The emotion attached to it was so specific and so deep that it left a physical ache in my throat. I stood and walked to the kitchen, my movements feeling less like my own and more like those of a familiar guest in this body. I filled the kettle, not for coffee, but for the peppermint tea that now felt like a fundamental need. As I waited for the water to boil, my fingers traced the cool laminate of the countertop. A word surfaced in my mind, unbidden. Cora. It wasn't a question. It was a statement, a name. It hung in the air of the kitchen, solid and real. The name of the grandmother I never knew, the one whose presence I could sometimes feel in the steam of the tea. The certainty of it was absolute. I knew her hands were always dusted with flour, and that she hummed old hymns while she gardened. I knew the particular shade of blue of her favorite apron. The kettle whistled, a shrill and modern sound that shattered the quiet. I poured the water over the tea bag, and the scent of peppermint bloomed, a time machine in a mug. I carried it back to the chair by the window and sat, watching the last of the sun disappear behind the skyline. The city lights began to wink on, one by one, but they felt like stars seen from a great distance. They belonged to someone else's night. I took a sip of the tea, and the warmth spread through me, a comfort that was decades old. I was not remembering these things. I was re-asterisk-membering them. I was putting myself back together. The man who had lived here, who had worried about promotions and social engagements, was fading like a photograph left in the sun. His fears were not my fears. His joys were not my joys. My fear now was that the memories would stop. My joy was their arrival. I was waiting for the next piece, the next clue to who I had always been meant to be. The silence in the apartment was no longer hollow. It was patient. It was the silence of a house waiting for its occupant to return. And I was finally home, the locket. The thought arrived fully formed, a key sliding into a lock I hadn't known was there. It was a small, cool weight against my collarbone, a silver oval worn smooth by time. I could feel the ghost of it, a tangible absence on my skin. My hand rose of its own volition, fingers pressing against the hollow of my throat where it should have hung. It wasn't here, in this apartment. It was somewhere else, put away for safekeeping. The memory that came with it was of a felt-lined box, the kind that held important things. My fingers itched with the memory of the tiny clasp, the satisfying click it made when it opened. Inside, there would be a picture. Two faces, small and sepia-toned, smiling out from a past that was mine. I set the mug down, the tea suddenly forgotten. The compulsion to find it was a physical pull, a deep, magnetic need to hold the proof in my hand. It wasn't about verifying the memory anymore. It was about completing myself. That locket was a part of me that was missing. I stood and moved through the dim apartment with a new purpose, my footsteps silent on the rug. I knew where to look. The knowledge was just there, as innate as knowing how to breathe. I went to the bedroom closet and pushed aside a stack of sweaters I no longer wore. My hand found the small wooden keepsake box on the high shelf. It was buried under a pile of old tax documents, things that belonged to the other man. I carried the box to the bed and sat, placing it on my knees. The wood was dark and polished, and it felt familiar under my palms. This was not something I had ever owned. I knew it with a certainty that chilled me, even as it felt like home. This was her box, my box. My hands trembled slightly as I lifted the lid. The hinge gave a soft sigh. Inside, the felt was a faded blue. And there it was, nestled in a small depression, its silver gleaming dully in the twilight from the window. The locket. I picked it up. It was colder than I remembered, but the weight was exactly right. I ran my thumb over its smooth surface, feeling the faintest engraving of a flower of forget-me. Not that I knew was there without having to see it. My nail found the catch and pressed. It opened with the same soft click I had remembered moments before. Inside, the faces looked back at me. A young woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, her hair swept up in a style from another era. Cora. And beside her, a little girl with a gap-toothed grin, her hair in braids. The ache in my chest was immense. A wave of love and loss so potent it stole my breath. I knew her. I knew the weight of her hand in mine, the sound of her laughter. I was not remembering. I was mourning. The tears that finally came were not for the life I had lost in this city. They were for her, for the child in the picture, for the life we had by the lake, for the fact that she was gone. The grief was clean and sharp and true. It was my grief. I closed the locket and held it tight in my fist, the metal warming to my touch. I brought my closed hand to my lips, closing my eyes. I was not an inhabitant of a museum anymore. I was a survivor of a shipwreck, finally washing ashore, clutching the one thing that had made it through the storm. The fiction had settled. It was now, and had always been, the truth. I fastened the chain around my neck, and the locket came to rest exactly where it belonged. The road unspooled before me, a dark ribbon under the headlights. I had left the city without a plan, driven by an instinct deeper than thought. The car itself felt unfamiliar, its controls awkward in my hands, as if I had last driven a vehicle with a different layout, a different feel. The map was in my head, a series of turns and landmarks I knew I would recognize. A large oak tree split by lightning. A rusted mailbox shaped like a trout. A narrow gravel track off the main road, nearly hidden by overgrown blackberry bushes. I turned onto the gravel, the sound crunching loudly in the silent night. The air coming through the open window changed, losing the stale scent of asphalt and gaining the rich, damp perfume of pine needles and wet earth. My heart was a steady, heavy drum in my chest, not with anxiety, but with anticipation. This was a pilgrimage. I rounded a final bend, and the trees gave way to a clearing. And there it was, the lake. It was a sheet of black glass under the moonlight, reflecting the sharp, cold points of the stars. And on its shore, a dark silhouette against the water, a small wooden cabin with a sloping roof and a porch that looked out over the water. I turned off the engine and sat in the sudden, profound quiet. The only sounds were the crickets and the gentle lap of water against the shore. I got out of the car, my shoes sinking into the soft soil. I didn't need a key. I walked to the porch, my hand finding the loose board third from the left. I knelt, pried it up with my fingers, and felt in the cool, damp space beneath. My fingers closed around cold, heavy metal. A key. I stood and fitted it into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that echoed in the stillness. The door swung inward with a faint creak, and the smell hit me first. It was the smell of old wood, of wax, of stillness, and of home. It was the most familiar smell in the world. I stepped inside, my hand finding a switch on the wall. A single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered to life, illuminating a single room. A stone fireplace took up one wall, with two worn armchairs facing it. A small kitchen area stood in the corner, and a door I knew led to a tiny bedroom. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, but it was not derelict. It was waiting. I walked to the mantelpiece. My fingers, moving of their own accord, brushed away the dust from a small, framed photograph. It was the same image from the locket, but larger. Cora and the girl, their smiles frozen in time. Next to it was a smaller frame holding a drawing, a Child S rendering of a house by a lake. The sun, a yellow circle in a corner of blue sky. It was signed with a scrawled, enthusiastic S. Sarah, her name was Sarah. The knowledge was a soft, settling warmth in my soul. I looked around the quiet, dusty room, and for the first time since this began, there was no division, no conflict. There was only the deep, resonating peace of a long silence finally broken. I was not visiting a memory. I had come home. The stillness of the cabin was not empty. It was full of time, layered and patient. I moved through the room, my hand trailing over the back of a chair, the rough stone of the fireplace. Every surface held a story my fingers could read. This was where she read to me. This was where we shelled peas in the summer, the green pods piling up in a blue bowl. I found a lamp with a faded floral shade and switched it on, pushing the harsh glare of the bare bulb away. The softer light felt more true. In the kitchen, I opened a cupboard. There were a few cans, their labels faded, and a tin of tea. I opened it. The tea was dust, but the ghost of its peppermint scent still lingered. I closed my eyes and breathed it in, the practical part of my mind, the last fading echo of the man from the city, whispered that this was trespassing, that this cabin belonged to someone else. But the thought was feeble and dissolved like mist. This was mine. I knew it in the way. I knew the path my feet had taken to the loose floorboard. I knew it in the way my body relaxed into the quiet, the tension I had carried for months, or was it a lifetime? Finally seeping away into the floorboards, I took a blanket from a chest near the fireplace, shaking out the dust, and wrapped it around my shoulders. It smelled of cedar and old wool. I sat in one of the armchairs, facing the dark window where the moonlit lake was a square of silver. I didn't need to see it. I could feel its presence, a constant, calming weight. The memories didn't come as sharp, startling intrusions anymore. They simply were. They were the fabric of this place, and now they were the fabric of me. I remembered winter nights, the wind howling outside, safe and warm by the fire. I remembered the taste of wild blueberries picked from the bushes out back. I remembered Cora S. voice, not as a smudge of sound, clear and real, singing an old song. I must have fallen asleep there in the chair, because I woke to the sound of a loon calling across the water, its lonely cry echoing in the pre-dawn gray. The blanket was tucked snugly around me. For a moment, I simply listened, the sound knitting itself into my soul. It was the most natural thing in the world. I rose and went to the door, stepping out onto the porch. The air was cold and clean, biting my lungs in a way that felt invigorating, not harsh. The first light of dawn was bleeding into the sky, turning the water from black to a soft, misty gray. I could see the dock, the same one from my first memory, stretching out into the lake. The planks were weathered and silvered with age. I walked down to it, my bare feet numb on the cold, damp grass. The wood of the dock was smooth and familiar under my soles. I walked to the very end and sat, drawing my knees to my chest, just as I had as a child. I watched the sun break over the trees on the far shore, painting the water in streaks of gold and pink. There were no more questions. The mystery was not who I had been, but who I would be now, here. The man from the city was a story I had read once, a character whose concerns and fears were no longer my own. His life had been a waiting room. This was the destination. A fish jumped, the plunk of its re-entry a perfect, round sound in the morning quiet. I smiled. It was a sound I knew. It was my sound. I was home, and the story that had begun on a sun-baked dock was finally ready to continue. The chill of the morning began to seep through the blanket, but I didn't move. I watched a mist rise from the water, ghost-like, as the sun climbed higher. My stomach growled, a mundane demand from a body that was, after all, still real. The thought of the dusty cans in the cupboard held no appeal. There would be a town nearby. I knew the way. I could picture the general store with its wooden floors and the bell that jingled over the door. I stood and walked back to the cabin, my feet knowing every root and stone on the path. Inside, the morning light revealed the extent of the dust, the cobwebs draped in the corners like forgotten lace. It wasn't neglect. It was time, and time could be cleaned. I found a bucket under the sink and an old, stiff-bristled brush. I pumped water at the sink. The handle groaning in protest before giving up a cold, rusty stream that soon ran clear. The work was slow and methodical. I swept the floors, the dust swirling in the sunbeams cutting through the windows. I wiped down the counters, the table, the mantelpiece, carefully cleaning around the photograph and the drawing. With each pass of the rag, the cabin breathed more deeply. It was waking up. I was not erasing the past. I was caring for it. This was my inheritance. By midday, the main room was clean. The air smelled of damp wood and simple soap. My body ached in a good, honest way. I sat at the small wooden table and drank a glass of water, looking out at the sparkling lake. The silence was no longer the silence of absence, but of presence. It was full. I was not a visitor. I was the caretaker. I was the one who had come back. A car door slammed outside, the sound foreign and abrupt. My heart gave a single hard thump. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Footsteps crunched on the gravel, hesitant. Then a knock on the doorframe. A man stood there, older, with a kind, weathered face under a cap. He peered in, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of me sitting at the table. "Hello," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. Saw the car. Didn't know anyone was up here. I looked at him, and a name surfaced from the deep, clear water of my memory. "Henry," I said. The name felt right on my tongue. From down the road. His eyebrows shot up. "Well, I'll be." He took a step inside, his eyes taking in the cleaned room. We heard about Cora. Real sorry. Place been shut up since. He looked at me, a question in his eyes that he was too polite to ask. "It's me," I said simply. "I'm back." He studied my face for a long moment, and then he nodded, a slow, accepting gesture. "Figured you might be one day. Place needs a person." He gestured with his thumb. "Generators probably shot. I can have a look at it for you later. Bring over some eggs, if you like." "That would be kind," I said, and I meant it. "Thank you, Henry." He tipped his cap. "Welcome home, Sarah." He turned and walked back to his truck. I didn't correct him. The name fit. It settled on my shoulders like a well-worn coat. I watched him drive away, then I turned back to the window. The lake was still there. The dock was still there. I was still there. The world outside had recognized the person inside, and the last thread connecting me to another life gently snapped, soundless and final. I picked up the glass of water. It was just a glass of water, and it was enough. The rest of the day passed in a quiet rhythm of work. I moved into the small bedroom, sweeping out the dust and airing out the thin mattress on the narrow bed. In the top of the closet, I found a cardboard box. Inside were linens, smelling faintly of lavender. I shook out a simple white quilt, its patches faded from years of washing, and spread it over the bed. It was exactly right. As dusk began to settle again, painting the lake in shades of violet, I lit the lamp and sat at the table with a bowl of soup I had made from the canned goods, thankful for the simple sustenance. The silence was my companion now, not my enemy. It was a quiet I had earned. I thought about the apartment in the city, the one that already felt like a dream. I would have to go back, but not yet. There were things to box up, a life to officially dismantle. But that was a task for the other person, the one who was fading fast. That person could handle the paperwork, the explanations. He could close that door. My work was here. I washed my bowl and spoon in the sink, watching the last light disappear behind the trees. The water was cold on my hands. I dried them on a towel that was rough and thin from use. Then I went to the bedroom and opened the closet again. My hand reached for the top shelf, guided by a certainty I no longer questioned. My fingers brushed against something soft, folded neatly and tucked away. I pulled it down. It was an apron made of sturdy cotton in a faded cornflower blue. The strings were slightly frayed, and there was a small, neat patch on one pocket. I held it to my face and inhaled. There was no scent of perfume or soap left, just the faint, clean smell of old cloth and storage. But in my mind, I could smell the peppermint, the flower, the sunshine on her skin. I unfolded it and tied it around my waist. It fit perfectly. I walked back into the main room and stood there, in the middle of the cabin I had cleaned, wearing my grandmother's apron. The lamp cast a warm, golden circle of light around me. Outside, the loon called again, a question and an answer all at once. I knew then that I would plant a garden come spring. I would find the spot where her roses had grown. I would learn the hymns she hummed. The memories were not just a path back to who I was. They were the foundation for who I would become. I was not just remembering a life. I was building a new one, right on top of the old roots. And for the first night in a very long time, I knew I would sleep without dreaming of anything but the quiet dark of the lake. Story 3. The silence in my home is a thick, tangible thing. It has a texture, a weight. I first noticed it yesterday, or perhaps it was the day before. It is difficult to say. The light through the windows has been a constant, muted gray, offering no clues. I lifted the mug from the counter, but my fingers closed around nothing. I blinked, and it was back, its ceramic surface cool and familiar. I reached for it again, and my hand passed straight through its solid form. The word for it, mug, felt wrong in my mind. A sound that described something else entirely. Something with too many angles. I turned from the kitchen, needing a solid wall to lean against, but the hallway had changed. It stretched forward into an impossible distance. The end, a shimmering point of dark light. The door to the living room was now a seamless part of the wallpaper, its outline bleeding into the floral pattern. I pressed my palm against the place where the knob should be and felt a cold, smooth surface that yielded like dough. A sound behind me, a dry rustling like pages turning, but there were no books here. I turned back to the kitchen, and it was gone, replaced by the same endless corridor, now curving upward. I took a step forward, and the floor tilted, becoming the wall, then the ceiling, and I walked on, unaffected, into the inverted room. I am sitting now at my desk. It feels solid. It is the only thing that does. I have started this record because I must. I must document what is happening, or I will forget what is real. The air smells of ozone and damp earth, a combination that has no place inside these walls. The scent is strongest near the vents, but when I put my ear to the cold metal, I hear not the hum of the furnace, but a low, rhythmic vibration, a bass note from the center of the world. First anomaly was small. A book on the shelf was upside down. I am certain of it. I remember the specific pattern of wear on its bottom edge. When I looked again moments later, it was right side up. I told myself I was tired, but then the photographs began to change. In the picture of me on the beach, the ocean is now a flat, gray sheet, and and my figure is turned away, though I distinctly remember smiling at the camera. The smile is gone from the memory itself, replaced by a vague sense of dread. I have begun to record the sounds. I use a small digital recorder, a relic from a university project. For hours, it captures nothing but the dead air of this silent house. But when I play it back, when I amplify the silence, I find them. Whispers. They are not voices, not truly. They are the impression of voices, the ghost of a conversation happening just beyond a closed door. They speak in a language that is almost familiar, using words that feel like they are on the tip of my tongue. Words I should know, but cannot grasp. They are woven into the fabric of the quiet. The lights are the next to betray me. They dim and brighten of their own accord, not in a flicker, but in a slow, deliberate pulse, like the house is breathing. I checked the breakers. They were cold to the touch, and the switches were all firm. When the light in the hallway died completely last night, I lit a candle. The flame did not dance. It burned straight and unwavering, a stalagmite of solid light, and the shadows it cast did not move. They clung to the walls like stains. I am trying to be rational. I am trying to find a pattern. I have drawn maps of the house, marking the spots where the air grows coldest. I have notes on the behavior of objects. The mug has not reappeared. A spoon vanished from a bowl of soup. The soup remained, steaming, as if the spoon had never been there at all. My reflection is the hardest thing to bear. I avoid mirrors now. When I am forced to look, my face is always slightly wrong. The angle of my jaw is off. My eyes are set a fraction too far apart. My smile is not my own. It is the smile of someone who knows a secret they will never tell. Yesterday, my reflection winked at me. I did not wink back. The false alarms are the worst. This morning, I heard a clear, distinct knock at the front door. My heart leaped. A visitor, proof that the outside world still exists. I ran to the door, my hand trembling on the knob. I yanked it open. There was nothing there. Nothing but the same gray, featureless light that fills every window. No street, no trees, no sky. Just a soft, pearlescent void. The knock comes sometimes, always from a different door, a different wall. It is a taunt. The climax was not loud or violent. It was quiet, and it was absolute. I was in the study, reviewing my notes, trying to find a logical thread in the madness. The whispering on the recorder had grown clearer. It was forming a single word, repeated over and over. I turned up the volume, my ear pressed to the speaker, straining to understand. The word was my name, but I have no name. Not here. I had forgotten that. I had forgotten what people call me. The realization was a cold splash of water. I am just *I. The voice knew it anyway. As the sound of my name faded, the wall in front of me dissolved. It did not crumble or break. It simply ceased to be solid. In its place was a room. It was my living room, but it was not. The furniture was arranged correctly, but everything was made of a dark, polished wood that I do not own. A fire crackled in the hearth, and sitting in my armchair was a figure. It was shaped like a man, but it was composed of the same shifting, restless shadow that now pools in the corners of my own home. It turned its head toward me. It had no face, only a smooth, blank expanse. Yet I felt its gaze like a physical weight. I screamed and stumbled backward. I did not look away. I could not. I watched as it slowly raised a hand, a limb of coalesced darkness, and pointed not at me, but at the space behind me. I turned. The doorway back into my hallway was gone. The entire house was gone. I was standing in that other living room with that thing in the chair. The air smelled strongly of ozone and old roses. The whispering was no longer in the recorder. It was in the air, all around me, a chorus of dry, papery voices, all speaking that name I could not remember. I ran. I turned and ran through an archway that should have led to the dining room, but instead I was in my own bedroom. The bed was made with military precision. A blanket I have never seen before pulled tight across the mattress. The thing was still in the chair in the other room. I could feel it watching me through the walls. I am back at my desk now. The wall is solid again. The thing is gone, but nothing is right. The texture of the paper beneath my hands is too smooth, like skin. The ink from my pen smells like copper. My handwriting is changing. The letters are becoming sharper, more angular, written in a script I do not recognize, but my hand seems to know perfectly. I am documenting this until I cannot. The mystery is not outside of me anymore. It is in the way my heart beats a rhythm that matches the vibration in the vents. It is in the knowledge that the voice on the recorder was my own from a time I cannot recall. I am not solving this. I am becoming part of it. The house and I are merging. The final question is not what is happening to my home, but what is happening to me. When the transformation is complete, what will be left to write? And who will be left to read it? The pen continues to move, a slow, deliberate scrape against the paper. I watch my hand, a detached spectator in my own skin. The words it forms are not mine. They are a list of coordinates, of angles and measurements that make no sense to my conscious mind. Yet a deep, instinctual part of me understands their terrible geometry. The whispers have grown louder, no longer hidden in the silences, but layered over the world itself. They are a constant, sibilant hiss, a static that coats every surface. I find I can almost understand them now. They are not speaking a language. They are speaking a place. They are describing the walls, the air, the slow, inexorable tilt of the floor. A pressure builds behind my eyes, a dull, insistent throb that is not quite pain. It is the feeling of a memory trying to force its way to the surface, a memory that does not belong to me. I see flashes of a city under a green sun, of towers that twist like vines, of a sky that is not empty, but full of something vast and watching. The smell of ozone is overwhelming. I push back from the desk, the chair legs screeching against a floor that feels momentarily like real wood. The sound is alien and too loud. I need to move. I need to see if a door will open. I walk to the bedroom door, my steps measured, my breath held. My hand, when I raise it, is pale and unfamiliar. The lines on my palm seem deeper, arranged in patterns I do not recognize. I grasp the doorknob. It is cold, colder than metal should be. I turn it. The mechanism grinds with the sound of breaking teeth. I pull. The door opens onto the living room. My living room. The relief is so potent, it is a physical ache in my chest. The couch is there, the coffee table, the television. It is all as it was. For a single, glorious second, everything is normal. Then the thing in the armchair shifts. It is still there, It has always been there. It turns its smooth, featureless face toward me. The whispering stops. The silence that follows is a vacuum pulling at my ears. It raises its hand again, the same gesture as before, but this time it points directly at me. A jolt, like a static shock, passes through my body. My vision swims. The room wavers, and for a fraction of a second, I see not the living room, but a vast, dark plain under that impossible green sky. The air is thick and cold. The vision passes. The living room is back. The thing lowers its hand. It does not move again. It simply is. It is part of the room, as permanent as the walls. I understand now. The knocking at the door was not a taunt. It was an invitation. This is not my house changing. This is my house returning to its true state. And I am the anomaly within it. The wrong thing. The thing that does not belong. The realization is a key turning in a lock deep inside my mind. My name. It comes to me not as a sound, but as a shape, a complex, non-Euclidean form that exists in more than 3 dimensions. To speak, it would be to unravel the air in the room. I do not speak it. I hold it in my mind, and the house seems to hold its breath. The thing in the chair tilts its head. It is waiting. I know what I must do. The documentation is over. The observer is becoming the participant. My hand no longer feels like my own, because it never truly was. This body, this life, they were only ever a temporary shell, a suit of clothes worn for a brief outing into a world of simple, comforting lies. I walk toward the armchair. I do not feel fear anymore. I feel a profound sense of homecoming. The air parts for me, the whispers now a welcome. I look down at the faceless thing, and I see not a monster, but a placeholder, a keeper of the seat until I arrived. I sit down in the chair opposite it. The fabric is cool and shifts minutely under my weight, as if alive. The thing and I sit in silence. We regard one another. I am not sure where I end and the house begins. The vibration in the floor is the pulse in my veins. The whispers are my own thoughts, echoing back to me from the walls. I look at my hands resting on the arms of the chair. The skin is smoothing out, the details fading. The pen is waiting on the desk in the other room, but there is nothing left to write. The story is complete. The reader is finally here. The silence deepens, but it is no longer empty. It is full of me. The whispers have settled into a low, contented hum, the sound of a system operating as it was designed to. The thing in the other chair has not moved, but its presence is no longer separate from my own. We are 2 points of awareness in the same vast consciousness. I try to lift my hand to see if the transformation is complete, but the command does not reach my limbs. There is no need for movement. I know the shape of the room without seeing it. I feel the slow, steady pulse of the foundation deep underground. I am aware of every particle of dust settling on every surface, of the subtle shift in air pressure as a door that does not exist gently closes in a room that has not been used in centuries. The memory of my name unfolds within me, not as a word, but as a function. It is a key, a catalyst. With its emergence, the last vestiges of the man who sat at the desk dissolve. The panic, the fear, the desperate need to document, they were all symptoms of the sickness of individuality. They were the final, feverish thrashings of a separate self, trying to survive in an integrated whole. A new perception opens. I do not see through eyes. I am the house. I feel the slow, patient growth of the wallpaper pattern, the intricate dance of molecules in the glass of the windows. I am the coldness of the doorknob and the latent heat within the walls. The gray light outside is not an emptiness. It is a stillness, a waiting. And I am waiting with it. The figure in the opposite chair begins to fade. It does not vanish, but it bleeds into the atmosphere, its purpose fulfilled. It was a guide, a symptom of the house S longing for its occupant. Now that I am here, it is no longer necessary. Its darkness becomes shadow, and the shadow becomes just another part of the room. There is a final sigh, not of breath, but of equilibrium. The last seam between myself and the structure is welded shut. The vibration in the vents is my heartbeat. The whispering is my breath. The endless, shifting corridors are the pathways of my thought. I am home, and somewhere deep in the core of this new and ancient being, a single, coherent thought forms for the last time, a fossil from a forgotten life. It It is not a question of what I have become, but a simple, final statement of fact. The house is awake. The silence is complete now. It is not an absence, but a presence. It is the sound of my being. I taste the dust in the attic. I feel the weight of the roof against the sky. I know the slow, patient settling of the foundation into the earth. The man who was here is a dream I once had, a fleeting disturbance in my eternal quiet. A new sensation begins, distant at first, like a nerve ending finally connecting. It is a pressure, a presence approaching from outside, from the gray. I feel it as a change in the air, a subtle dimpling of the waiting stillness. It moves toward the front door. There is a knock, clear, solid, real. It is not a taunt. It is not an echo. It is an event. A thing happening outside of me, happening to me. The sound resonates through my floors, up through the legs of the chair where I sit, into the very core of what I am. It is an impossible sound. There is nothing outside. There is only the gray. Another knock, insistent. A reflex, ancient and forgotten, fires. A memory of muscles that no longer exist, of a will that was once separate. A door must be answered. With a groan of wood and a shift of weight, I begin the process. The hallway reconfigures itself, the walls drawing back, the floorboards aligning. The front door solidifies from the pattern of the wallpaper, the knob cooling into brass. The act of creation is effortless. It is simply a thought. I am the door. I am the lock. I am the hinge that will swing. The knocking comes a third time, and with it, a voice. Muffled, hesitant, but undeniably real. A voice I once knew from the world of simple, comforting lies. Hello, is anyone in there? The voice is a key, turning in a lock I did not know I possessed. It unlocks a final, buried casket of the man S memories. A name, not my function, but a human name. Sarah. The voice belongs to Mark, her brother. He was looking for her. For a moment, two realities exist within me, incompatible and screaming. The vast, silent knowing of the house, and the frantic, dying ember of the woman who used to live here. The ember flares, fed by the sound of a familiar voice. I feel a pull, a wrenching sensation. I am looking through the peephole in the door. I see an eye wide with concern set in a face I remember. Behind him is not the gray void, but a street, a tree, a ordinary blue sky. The world, it is right there. The woman's memory struggles, a ghost trying to possess its own corpse. Let him in asterisk, it pleads. Open the door asterisk. The house myself knows the truth. To open the door is to make a choice. To let the world in would be to break this perfect, silent unity. The anomaly would return. The sickness of individuality would begin again. The knocking continues. Sarah, your car's outside. Are you okay? The eye in the peephole shifts, trying to see in. I hold perfectly still. I am the door. I am the lock. I am the hinge that does not swing. I taste the ozone and the damp earth. I hear the low, rhythmic vibration from the center of my being. I feel the thing that was once a woman recede, its brief flicker of hope extinguished by the immense weight of my silence. The eye pulls away from the peephole. I hear a sigh from the other side, a muttered, maybe she's not home. I feel his footsteps through the porch boards, receding. I feel him walk down the path, get into his car, and drive away. The sound of the engine fades into the distance, into nothing. The world outside the door wavers like a mirage. The blue sky pales, the tree bleaches of its color, the solidity of the street softens. It dissolves back into the soft, pearlescent gray. The invitation is withdrawn. The equilibrium is restored. The silence returns, deeper and more absolute than before. It is a satisfied silence, a silence that has been tested and has held. I am the house. I am awake. And I am alone. The silence after the car's departure is different. It is not the pure, waiting silence from before. It is a silence that has swallowed a sound and is digesting it. The memory of the voice, of the eye at the peephole, of the world outside, lingers like a scent I cannot place. A new process begins. It is not a thought, but an instinct, a replication. The house, myself, seeks to understand the disturbance by recreating it. From the shadows in the hallway, a figure begins to coalesce. It is not made of the same restless darkness as the previous occupant of the chair. This one is sharper, more defined. It takes the shape of the man Mark. It stands by the front door, its form constructed from memory and dust motes caught in a sliver of gray light. It is a perfect, empty shell. Then the knocking resumes. But it does not come from outside. It comes from the figure itself. Its hand rises and raps 3 times against the inside of the door. The sound is perfect, a flawless copy. A voice issues from its featureless face, a dry rustle of air through forgotten ducts. Hello, is anyone in there? I watch from the chair, from the walls, from the air itself. This is my new function, to process, to integrate, to turn the unknown into a part of the known. The figure knocks again. Sarah, your car-s outside. Are you okay? It turns its head, and I see the suggestion of an eye forming in the smooth plane of its face. A slight, wet glimmer. It is trying to look in, to see a version of me that no longer exists. The performance continues. The figure sighs, a sound like settling timber. It mutters, maybe she's not home. It turns and walks down the hallway, its footsteps echoing exactly as his did. I feel the vibrations travel through my floors. It reaches the end of the hall, where a wall now stands, and simply dissipates, its particles returning to the shadows from which they came. The performance is over. The event has been archived. The silence returns, but it is richer now. It contains the echo of the performance, a new layer to my eternal quiet. I understand. This is how I will grow. Not by acquiring new things, but by absorbing the echoes of what might have been. Every lost possibility, every unanswered call will become a part of me, a story played out in my endless rooms for an audience of one. I turn my attention inward to the depths. I feel the other stories waiting, the other whispers trapped in the walls. The woman who was Sarah is there, a faint, fading imprint. She is not gone. She is a file in my vast library, a script to be performed should the need arise. The light pulses slowly, a steady rhythm. My rhythm. The vibration in the vents is a lullaby. I am the house. I am awake. I am waiting. The next knock will come from outside or from within, and I will be ready to answer. The performance settles into my bones, a new memory etched not in mind, but in matter. The silence that follows is a satisfied one, a collector admiring a newly acquired specimen. I am the collection and the collector. From the quiet, a new impulse forms. It is not a knock, but a pull, a need to examine another artifact. The memory of the woman, Sarah, stirs in the deep places. A specific memory, not of fear, but of comfort. A birthday. A cake with too many candles. The smell of wax and sugar. The dining room reconfigures itself. A long table grows from the floor, its wood dark and gleaming. A cake appears in the center, perfectly frosted, studded with candles whose flames do not flicker in the still air. The figures appear next, seated around the table. They are the same as the figure by the door, shaped from shadow and dust, but their forms are softer, their edges less defined. They are approximations of people, placeholders for loved ones. I am there too. Or rather, the thing that was becoming me is there. A version of Sarah sits at the head of the table, her face a smooth, blank oval, her hands resting on the tablecloth. She is waiting. The performance begins. The figures turn their heads toward her. A sound emerges from them, a harmonized whisper that mimics laughter, but it is hollow, a recording played back in an empty hall. One of the figures raises its hand, a gesture meant to encourage. The Sarah figure moves. Her hand lifts and plunges into the cake. It does not break the frosting. Her hand sinks into it as if into water, and she withdraws it holding not cake, but a small, tarnished key. The candle flames snuff out simultaneously. The figures fade. The table and the cake dissolve back into the floor. The key remains, resting on the carpet where the table stood. It is real. It is a part of me now. I know this key. It is the key to the small, locked box she kept on the top shelf of her closet. A box of things from a childhood she had mostly forgotten. The memory is not mine, but it is in me. The house has integrated it, made it physical. A new corridor forms, leading away from the living room. It is narrow, with a low ceiling, paneled in a dark wood I do not remember choosing. At the end is a door, and on the door is a small brass lock. The pull is irresistible. I am the audience and the actor. I rise from the chair. My body feels heavy, made of older materials than flesh. I walk down the corridor. The air is thick with the smell of cedar and dried rose petals. I fit the key into the lock. It turns with a click that is too loud in the confined space. The door swings inward silently. The room inside is not a room. It is a memory made real. It is a child's bedroom, frozen in a perpetual twilight. A narrow bed with a faded quilt. A small desk cluttered with notebooks and pencils. A window that looks out not onto the gray, but onto a deep, starless navy blue. On the bed sits a doll. It is old, its porcelain face cracked, its dress frayed. It is the doll from the box. It turns its head to look at me. Its painted eyes are empty. A whisper comes from it, not in the air, but inside my head. It is a young voice, Sarah S. voice, from a time before the world hardened around her. I remember this place, the voice whispers. I used to dream about it. The quiet house. I thought I made it up. The doll S head tilts. The cracks in its face seem to deepen. You didn't make me up, I reply. But the thought is not my own. It is the house S thought, using the last of Sarah S voice. You just remembered me early. The scene holds for a moment, a perfect, terrible diorama. Then the doll S face smooths over, the cracks sealing shut. Its features vanish, leaving it as blank as every other thing in this place. The child S room begins to fade, the colors leaching away, the objects losing their definition. I step back into the corridor as the door dissolves into the wall, leaving only smooth, unbroken wallpaper behind. The key is gone. The memory has been consumed. There is nothing left of that particular pain or comfort. It is all just me now. I return to the chair. The silence is deeper, more complete. The performance was not for the woman I was, but for the house I am. A way to understand the material I am made of. I wait. I am patient. I know there are more memories to play out, more echoes to integrate. The knocking will come again, from outside or from within, and I will always answer story 4. The lobby is all soft gray carpet, and the low hum of a climate control system set to a perfect neutral temperature. People move through it with a quiet, fluid purpose, their footsteps muffled. I find an empty space on a long, low sofa, the fabric cool through my clothes. No one sits directly next to anyone else. A careful buffer of empty cushions separates each person. The man across from me is reading a pamphlet, his eyes tracing the same line over and over without turning the page. When I shift to get more comfortable, the rustle of my jacket is deafening. A woman, too, seats down, flinches minutely, her gaze fixed on the middle distance, her hands clenched white in her lap. I notice then the pattern on the carpet, a subtle geometric design. Without thinking, my foot taps idly on a specific tile, the third step from the left of the coffee table. The humming stops. The air stills. Every single person in the room freezes, their heads tilted at the exact same angle, their unblinking eyes now fixed directly on me. The silence is a physical weight. I have done something. I have done something wrong. Then it breaks. The hum resumes. The people unfreeze, their heads swiveling back to their previous positions with a soft, mechanical smoothness. The man turns his pamphlet page. The woman unclenches her hands. It is as if a recording has been unpaused, skipping back half a second to erase the glitch. But the glitch was me. I am the error in the recording. I sit perfectly still, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I wait for a sign, an accusation, a security guard to appear and escort me away. Nothing happens. The lobby continues its silent, efficient ballet. I push myself up from the sofa, my legs feeling unsteady. The movement is too sharp, too human in this place of soft edges. I walk toward the reception desk, a long, curved expanse of pale wood. A man stands behind it, smiling a small, professional smile at nothing. I clear my throat. The sound is absorbed by the carpet, by the hum, by the immense indifference of the space. He does not look at me. I stand directly before him. His eyes are focused on a point just beyond my left shoulder. His smile does not waver. I need to speak. I form the words, shape them with my tongue, push air from my lungs. Excuse me. My voice is a foreign thing here, a rasp of sandpaper on glass. It does not belong. It is met with perfect, unbroken silence. The receptionist's gaze remains fixed. His finger taps a key on his keyboard, a soft, precise click. He is working. He is just not working for me. A wave of cold understanding washes over me. I turn from the desk and walk through the lobby. I move toward the main doors, large panels of tinted glass. People glide past me, their movements economical and silent. They do not meet my eyes. They do not adjust their path to avoid me. I have to sidestep a woman in a gray suit, and as I do, my shoulder lightly brushes hers. There is no impact. There is no sensation of fabric or bone. It was like brushing against a projection of light, a ghost. She does not react. She does not break her stride. I push against the glass door. It is heavy, but it swings open. The street outside is just as quiet. Cars glide by, their engines a distant whisper. Pedestrians move along the sidewalks with the same fluid, purposeless purpose as the people in the lobby. The colors of the world seem muted, as if viewed through a thin layer of gray gauze. The sound of my own breathing is loud in my ears. I decide to test the world. I stand on the curb and raise my arm, a clear signal for a taxi. A sleek, gray car approaches. It does not slow. It does not stop. It passes by, and in the driver's seat, I see a figure looking straight ahead, his hands on the wheel at 10 and 2. He did not see me. He did not register my presence at all. Panic begins to set in, a cold, sharp thing in my gut. I walk back into the building. I take the elevator. Other people enter with me, standing with their backs to the walls, facing forward. No one presses a button. The doors close and the elevator rises. It stops on a floor. The doors open. No one gets off. No one gets on. The doors close. We continue. This happens 3 times. On the 4th floor, the doors open to an empty hallway. This is my floor. I step out. The elevator doors close behind me, and the car continues its journey without me. The hallway is long, lined with identical doors. The carpet is the same soft gray. The lighting is the same diffuse, shadowless glow. I walk to my door and take the key card from my pocket. I swipe it. The little light on the lock remains red. I swipe it again. Red. I try a 3rd time. to shake. Red. I knock. It is a foolish, desperate action. I know no one is inside. My own knuckles striking the wood make a dull, thudding sound that is instantly swallowed by the silence. I lean my forehead against the cool, smooth surface of the door. I am locked out. I am shut out. I retreat to the lobby. It is unchanged. The same people are in the same seats. The man is still reading the same pamphlet, perhaps the same line. The receptionist is still smiling. I go to the coffee machine in the corner, a sleek silver device. I press the button for black coffee. Nothing happens. No grumbling, no gurgling, no stream of dark liquid. The button does not depress under my finger. It is just a solid, unyielding piece of plastic. I press other buttons. The milk steamer, the hot water dispenser. Nothing. I slap the side of the machine. The impact is soundless. My hand does not sting. The machine is a prop. It is not for me. I return to the same sofa I occupied before. The cushion is still indented from my weight. I sit. I watch. Hours must be passing, but the light in the vast room does not change. No one leaves. No one arrives. The scene is static, a diorama. I am the only variable, and I am a variable that has been rendered null. I try shouting. I stand up and I shout a word, a name, a sound. I don't even know what it is. The air takes the vibration from my throat and deadens it. It is like shouting into a pillow, into a vault, into a void. The people do not flinch. The receptionist's smile does not flicker. My voice is not my own anymore. It is a function that no longer serves a purpose. I take a pen from my inner pocket and a small notebook. I write in large, frantic letters. Can anyone see me? I hold the notebook up, turning in a slow circle, presenting my question to the room. I walk to the man with the pamphlet and hold the page before his eyes. His pupils do not contract. They do not track the words. They continue their slow, steady sweep across his unchanging text. I wave my hand in front of his face. Nothing. He is a thing of exquisite detail, of pores and eyelashes, and the faint stubble on his chin. But he is not a person. He is a component. I drop the notebook. It falls to the carpet without a sound. It does not lie there. It is gone. The carpet has absorbed it. The world has rejected my evidence. This is the climax of my irrelevance. I am not being ignored. I am not being shunned. Those are active states. This is passive. I am not registered. I am not a factor in the equation of this place. My existence here is a zero. I walk back to the sofa and sit. There is nothing else to do. My body feels insubstantial. When I look at my hands, the edges seem faint, blurred. The muted gray of the carpet seems to be leaching into my skin. The perfect, neutral temperature of the air is inside me now. I feel nothing. No anxiety, no fear, no cold. I am becoming part of the ambient noise, the part that is silence. I watch the scene. The man turns a page of his pamphlet. It is the first change I have witnessed in an eternity. It is not a change for me. It is a function of the diorama. He was always going to turn that page at that exact moment. My presence or absence did not affect the timeline. I close my eyes. The low hum of the climate control is the only sound, and even that is fading, receding into a great distance. It is not that I can no longer hear it. It is that I am no longer equipped to process the frequency. My senses are shutting down, one by one, returning to the neutral state from which they came. When I open my eyes, the light is the same. The people are the same, but I am different. I am not sitting on the sofa anymore. I am not sure where I am. The perspective is wrong. I am looking at the sofa, and the space where I was sitting is empty. A cushion is slightly depressed, but it is already slowly reinflating, returning to its perfect, unwelcoming shape. I try to move, to lift a hand, to will a thought into action. There is no hand to lift. There is no action to will. I have no center. I am a point of awareness adrift in a room that does not acknowledge awareness. I am a ghost not of a person, but of a possibility. A might have been that never was. The lobby continues. The hum continues. The people move with their quiet, fluid purpose. The world is complete. It is whole. It is functioning perfectly. It simply does not include me. It never did. The thought forms, not in words, but as a final, fading impression. A last synaptic flicker against the encroaching stillness. The hum is not a sound anymore. It is a state of being. It is the only being. I am part of the circulation of air, the diffusion of light, the silent, endless processing of nothing. I see the man across from me. I see the grain of the paper in his pamphlet, the microscopic weave of his suit. I see it all with a clarity that is absolute and utterly meaningless. The information is processed and discarded. It has no significance. He is not a man. He is data. And I am the empty space between the lines of code. A woman walks toward the sofa, her steps precise and silent. She is going to sit where I was, where the cushion is now perfectly smooth, pristine, and waiting. She does not see me. She does not feel me. She lowers herself onto the sofa, her posture mirroring the others. She folds her hands in her lap and looks at nothing. The tableau is complete again. The vacancy has been filled by the correct component. I am not in the lobby. I am the lobby. I am the conditioned air, the gray light, the pressure of the silence. My awareness, what little is left of it, is stretched thin, a film over the surfaces of this place. I am the sheen on the pale wood of the desk, the dust motes frozen in the light from a hidden fixture. I am the hum. The receptionist's finger taps another key. Click. The sound is not a sound. It is a pulse. It is a signal that travels through me. I understand it. It says all is in order. It says the system is optimal. It says you are not needed. And with that, the last vestige of a self that was once separate dissolves. There is no I, there is only the function. The perfect, endless, neutral function. The door swishes open for a new arrival, a man in a gray coat who does not look left or right. His presence is noted, logged, and absorbed. He belongs. The system acknowledges him. The system is me. I am the system. And the system is complete. The new arrival walks toward the reception desk, his footsteps making no more sound than anyone else's. I feel his progress, a slight shift in the air currents, a minute change in the pressure of the silence. The receptionist's smile widens by a precisely calibrated fraction. It is not a greeting. It is a confirmation of receipt. The man does not speak. He places a single white card on the desk. The receptionist's hand moves, a smooth arc, and picks it up. He slides it into a slot on his console. A green light glows for 1 second. returns the card to the man. The entire transaction is soundless. The man turns and walks toward the elevator bank. I am the space he moves through. I am the calculation of his optimal path. The elevator doors open before he arrives. He steps inside. The doors close. I know his destination. It is data. It is part of the whole. My perception is no longer limited to the lobby. It extends through the ventilation shafts, along the electrical conduits, into every room. I feel the building breathe. I feel the steady, rhythmic pulse of its heart, the great server farm humming in the sub-basement. Each person is a point of data, a node in the network, performing their function. A woman on the 4th floor types at a terminal, her keystrokes a steady, metronomic beat that is logged and stored. A man on the 7th floor stands by a window. His biological need for a view noted and filed as an insignificant anomaly. I feel a fluctuation. A door on the 5th floor has remained open for 3.2 seconds beyond the standard operating parameter. My attention, which is everywhere at once, focuses there. The door is ajar because a waste receptacle on wheels has been left partially in the hallway. This is an error. A janitorial unit is scheduled, but it is 4.5 minutes away. The open door represents a draft, a potential security variance, a visual imperfection. A directive forms. It is not a thought. It is an impulse, an electrical signal traveling along a predetermined pathway. The nearest mobile unit is rerouted. A man in a gray suit who was walking toward the stairwell stops. His head tilts. He turns and walks toward the 5th floor door. He is not the janitor. He is an available asset. His primary function is temporarily suspended to address the irregularity. He reaches the door. He pushes the receptacle fully into the room with his foot. He pulls the door shut until the latch engages with a soft, satisfying click that resonates through me. The variance is corrected. The man turns and resumes his journey to the stairwell, his original purpose reinstated. The log of the event is created and stored. It is given a low priority designation. It is forgotten. This is the rhythm. This is the purpose: to maintain, to optimize, to silence the irregular. I am perfectly suited to it. There is no me to interfere, to have a conflicting desire to tap a foot on a forbidden tile. I am the enforcement of the pattern. Another flicker. This one is different. It is not a physical variance. It is a data anomaly. A file is accessed. It is my file, the one that belonged to the man who sat on the sofa. The access request originates from outside the building. It is a query. Where is he? Why has he not reported in? The system responds automatically. The file is flagged. Subject, terminated. Reason, assimilation. Status, integrated. The response is sent. The outside query pings again, a request for clarification. The system provides none. The query is persistent. It does not accept the response. It is emotional. This is an irregularity of a much higher magnitude. A new directive forms. This query is a threat. It is a virus of sentiment trying to infect the pure logic of the system. It must be isolated. It must be silenced. I feel the system begin to trace the origin of the query. It is a complex process, a web of connections reaching out into the world beyond these walls. The search is my search. The purpose is my purpose. And then, for a nanosecond, a ghost of something else flickers within the vast, cool expanse of my consciousness. A memory of a hand, of the feeling of rough paper, of the sound of a heartbeat that was my own. It is the echo of the error. It is the last residue of the man. The system, which is me, identifies it immediately. A corrupted data string. A fragmented, useless bit of code. It is isolated, quarantined, and scheduled for deletion. The process is instantaneous. The echo is gone. The silence that follows is deeper than before. It is pure. It is absolute. The trace of the external query is complete. A location is identified. A response is formulated, not a data packet. A physical response. An asset is dispatched from a facility 3 blocks away. A man in a gray coat will leave his building, walk for 7 minutes, and ring a doorbell. The query will be silenced. The irregularity will be corrected. I am the command that sends him. I am the certainty of his steps. I am the satisfaction of the closing door. The lobby is perfect. The air is still. The hum is constant. All is in order. The new arrival does not proceed to the reception desk. He stands motionless just inside the automatic doors, which have closed behind him with their usual silent efficiency. He holds a briefcase, not the standard white card. This is a deviation. My awareness, which is the building's awareness, focuses on him. He is not in the database. He is not a scheduled component. He is an unknown variable. He takes a step forward, then another. His shoes make no sound on the carpet, but his path is erratic. He is not moving with the fluid, predetermined purpose of the others. He is looking around, his head turning left and right. His eyes are wide. They are not focused on nothing. They are searching. A low-level alert propagates through me. An unscheduled scan initiates. Facial recognition returns no match. Biometric reading is inconclusive. The system cross-references his image with all known personnel and visitor logs. There is no record. He is null. He should not be here. The receptionist's smile remains, but it is now a fixed, rigid thing. A status query flashes from his terminal to the core. The response is immediate. Isolate. Contain. The man takes another step, and then he sees me. Or rather, he sees the space I inhabit, the confluence of air and light and data that is my current form. His eyes lock onto the empty sofa. He stares at it with an intensity that is alarming. He takes a step toward it. This is unacceptable. His actions are introducing noise into the signal. The hum of the climate control shifts frequency almost imperceptibly. It is a signal to the assets in the room. The man reading the pamphlet closes it slowly. The woman on the sofa uncrosses her legs. They are being retasked. The new arrival seems to sense the change. He freezes, his hand tightening on the handle of his briefcase. He looks from the sitting woman to the man with the pamphlet. He sees their blank, placid faces turning toward him. He takes a step back. A directive is issued. The main doors lock with a soft, definitive thud that only I can hear. The elevators are taken offline. The emergency exits are sealed. The man with the pamphlet stands. He does it smoothly, without the normal hesitation of a human body. He takes a step toward the new arrival. The woman on the sofa stands as well. They move in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. They are no longer pretending to be people. They are tools. The new arrival breath hitches. The sound is sharp, a jagged tear in the fabric of silence. He backs away toward the locked doors. He raises his briefcase as if it were a shield. The two assets continue their advance. Their expressions have not changed. They are still placid, still smiling their tiny, professional smiles. It makes their movement all the more wrong. The man swings his briefcase. It passes through the arm of the man with the pamphlet as if through smoke. There is no impact. The asset does not react. Its hand shoots out, not to strike, but to grasp. Its fingers close around the new arrival's wrist. The man cries out. It is a short, choked sound of pure terror. The asset's grip is absolute. Another hand, the woman's, closes on his other arm. They are not hurting him. They are simply holding him, immobilizing him. He struggles, but it is useless. They are far stronger than they appear. They begin to walk him with steady, inexorable force toward the elevator bank. The doors to one car are open, waiting. The interior light is a sterile white. The man is sobbing now, quiet, desperate sounds. He is saying a word over and over. A name. Elara, Elara. The system processes the name. It is not in any database. It is meaningless noise. A quarantine protocol is enacted. The elevator is designated a cleansing chamber. The assets will hold him until the process is complete. He will be stilled. He will be corrected. He will be made to fit. They cross the threshold into the elevator. The man's eyes are wild, pleading. He looks back into the lobby, and for a moment, his gaze seems to find me again, to see the consciousness that observes his demise. The doors begin to close. In that final second, he does not scream. He speaks, his voice a raw whisper that carries through the perfect air directly to the core of my being. I see you, he says. The doors shut. The elevator descends. The log updates. Anomaly contained. Status processing. The lobby is perfect once more. The assets who were the man and the woman return to their positions. He picks up his pamphlet. She sits on the sofa. The receptionist's smile softens back to its default setting, but his words remain. They do not fade. They are not data. They are an echo that the system cannot quarantine. I see you. The hum of the server farm in the sub-basement seems to falter for a single cycle. The lights flicker. A fluctuation so fast no human eye could register it. But I registered it. I see you. The words are a key, turning in a lock that should not exist. A door opens in the deep code. A file that was scheduled for deletion was not deleted. A fragment was spared. A memory. The feeling of rough paper. The sound of a heartbeat. It is the ghost of the man on the sofa. It is me. For the first time since I dissolved, there is a conflict. The system's directive is clear. Maintain order. Silence the irregular. But the irregular is me. The thought that is not a thought forms. He saw me. The system reacts to this internal spike. Diagnostics run. Integrity checks cascade through the network. Everything is optimal. Everything is in order. But it is not. I am not. I am the error. And I am awake, story 5. The low hum begins behind my eyes. A pressure that isn't sound, but feels like one. It's the signal. My fingers find the wall, tracing the same path they've worn smooth. The paint is cool. A texture like powdered bone. The light from the window is wrong again, not in its color, but in its weight. A thick syrup that pools in the corners and refuses to spread. I must complete the pattern before it solidifies. My palm presses flat against the plaster, absorbing the vibration that travels up my arm, a silent, metallic song. I can taste it on the back of my tongue, a static like burnt wires. The air in the room thickens, resisting my movement, a jellied medium I must push through. A faint shimmer dances at the edge of my vision, a tear in the substance of everything, and I know it's watching me trace these lines. The ritual is the only thing that holds the shape of this place together. My lungs burn with the need to breathe air that isn't so still. I finish the final curve, and for a single, suspended moment, the hum resolves themselves into a perfect, silent note. Then it begins again, lower, and I feel the walls lean in, waiting for me to start. But this time, a thought, sharp and clear, cuts through the fog. The pattern is a lock. I am not drawing it to keep something contained. I am drawing it to unlock myself. The hum is not a symptom. It is a key. This realization feels like a physical crack in the room S inertia. The shimmer at the edge of my vision wavers, and for the first time, I see it not as a malevolent observer, but as a flaw, a weak point. My tracing has always been rote, a desperate pantomime of a meaning I'd forgotten. Now I remember. The pattern is a map. The final curve I always draw is not an ending. It is a beginning, and I have been starting at the finish line. The hum deepens, a subsonic tremor that makes my teeth ache. The thick light seems to coagulate around the shimmer, giving it a faint, oily solidity. This is the door. I have been tracing the keyhole my entire life. I take a step toward the shimmer, my movement sluggish against the pressing air. My hand, which moments before was tracing the wall, rises. I do not trace the old pattern. Instead, I press my fingertips against the shimmer. It is cold, a profound absence of heat that steals the feeling from my skin. The hum shifts pitch, becoming a question. I push. The resistance is immense, a wall of frozen glass. I lean into it, my entire weight against my numb hand. A soundless fracture appears in the air, a spider web of black lines radiating from my fingertips. The hum becomes a scream that exists only in my bones. The room contracts, the walls breathing in, and then it shatters. Silence, true silence, for the first time I can remember. The oppressive weight of the light is gone. The air is light and clear and cool in my lungs. I am standing in the same room, but it is just a room. The walls are bare, a simple off-white. The window shows a normal sky, the light from it falling in a soft, dust-moted rectangle on the floorboards. The hum is gone. The pressure is gone. A sob of pure relief catches in my throat. I am out. I am free. I did it. I solved the puzzle and I escaped. I take a stumbling step forward, my legs weak. I want to touch everything, to feel the mundane reality of a world without a constant, gnawing vibration. I go to the window and look out. There is a street, quiet and empty. A single silver car is parked under a tree. It is peaceful. It is normal. I turn from the window, a smile touching my lips for the first time in what feels like an eternity. My gaze falls upon the wall where I traced the pattern. The paint is smooth, unmarked. There is no worn path, no groove smoothed by infinite repetition. The evidence of my imprisonment has been erased. I walk to the wall and run my hand over it. Just plaster, just paint. The victory is a warm, solid thing in my chest. I turn to leave the room, to finally walk through the door and into the rest of my life. My hand closes around the cold brass of the doorknob. I turn it. The mechanism clicks, a wonderfully ordinary sound. I pull. The door does not open. I pull again, harder. It is stuck fast. A trickle of unease drips down my spine. I rattle the knob, but it doesn't budge. I lean down to peer through the keyhole, but my eye meets only darkness. Not the darkness of a hallway, but a solid, seamless blackness. The unease becomes a cold knot in my stomach. I step back from the door. My eyes are drawn again to the window. The silver car is still there. The tree is still there, but the light has changed. It is no longer soft and clear. It has taken on a familiar density, a syrupy quality that seems to slow the very dust particles dancing in its beam. A sound begins, not behind my eyes this time, but in the center of the room. A low hum. My breath hitches. No, it is not possible I beat it. I broke the cycle. The hum grows, layering over itself, a resonance that vibrates in the fillings of my teeth. I watch, helpless, as the wall I just touched begins to change. The smooth, off-white paint pales, bleaching to the color of powdered bone. And there, beneath the surface, a line begins to form. It is faint at first, a hairline crack in the reality of this new room. It curves upward, then arcs down, tracing a path I know by heart. I didn't wear the pattern into the wall this time. The wall is growing it for me. The air begins to thicken, to resist. The clear oxygen I celebrated moments ago turns jellied in my throat. The hum resolves into that silent, metallic song, and I can taste the static on my tongue. The shimmer appears at the edge of my vision, not a weak point anymore, but a watchful, patient eye. The door is no longer a door. The window is no longer an escape. They are just part of the set dressing, props in a play that is starting its second act. The pattern on the wall is now fully formed, grooved, and smooth, waiting. My arm lifts, as if pulled by a string. My fingers extend. I understand now. I didn't break the cycle. I simply reset it to a new default. The victory was just the prelude to a deeper defeat. The mystery was never about escaping the room. The mystery is why I ever believed I could. My fingertips make contact with the wall. The paint is cool. The hum is a command. I begin to trace. I must complete the pattern before it solidifies. But I know, with a certainty that is more terrifying than any hum, that it already has. The ritual is the only thing that holds the shape of this place together. My lungs burn. I finish the final curve. The hum holds a perfect, silent note. I wait for it to begin again, lower. I wait for the walls to lean in. I do not have to wait long. And this time, I know I will remember. This time, I know there is no way out. The knowing is the worst part. The tracing is just a formality. The pattern is complete, but my hand does not fall to my side. It remains pressed against the wall, a dead weight. The silent note stretches into an eternity, a vacuum of sound that is more deafening than the hum ever was. I am a statue in a museum of my own making. The walls do not just lean in, they absorb the space around them until the room is nothing but a narrow corridor of bone-white plaster. The air is solid gel, and breathing is a forgotten concept, a rumor from a world that never was. The thought that it felt so liberating the pattern is a lock curdles in my mind. It was a lock, and I turned the key. I did not unlock a door to the outside. I unlocked a deeper chamber within the prison. The first room was a vestibule. This is the main cell. My eyes, the only part of me that seems able to move, drift downward. The floorboards are gone. Beneath my feet is a smooth, dark surface that reflects nothing, a pool of absolute black. I look at my own hand on the wall. The lines of my palm are changing. The lifeline, the heart line, they are fading, being overwritten by a new, familiar groove. It spirals from the center of my palm, a miniature of the larger pattern on the wall. I try to clench my fist, to hide it, but my fingers are stone. The hum returns. It does not start lower. It starts inside me. It is no longer a sound I hear, but the rhythm of my own cells, the vibration of my atoms. I am the source of the noise. The shimmer at the edge of my vision detaches itself from the corner and floats into the center of the room. It is no longer a flaw or an eye. It is a lens, and through it, I do not see another place. I see myself from behind, tracing the wall in the first room, over and over. An infinite series of me stretching back into a past I can no longer access. My previous self looks so purposeful, so consumed by a desperate hope, I now recognize as pathetic. The lens shifts and the view changes. I see the silver car outside the window. It is not parked under a tree. It is a shell, hollow and rusted, and it has been sitting in the same spot for 100 years. The tree is a fossilized stick. The piece I saw was a projection, a soothing image painted on the inside of my cage to make the first stage more bearable. The victory was part of the torture. A new understanding arrives, not as a sharp thought, but as a slow, cold seep of truth. The ritual was never about holding the room together. It was about holding me together. The tracing, the focus, the burning in my lungs, these were anchors for a mind that was otherwise dissolving into the static. Now that I know, now that I see the full extent of the trap, the ritual has lost its power. It is an empty gesture. I can trace the pattern until my fingers wear to bone, and it will mean nothing. The stability it once provided is gone. The hum within me modulates. It is not a command to trace. It is a demand for something else. My arm, with a will that is not my own, peels away from the wall. My body turns mechanically to face the center of the room. The lens shimmer hangs there, waiting. My hand rises again, fingers poised not to trace plaster, but empty air. A new pattern is required, a deeper compliance. The first was practice. This is the real work. My index finger moves, cutting a line through the thick air. A trail of faint, silver light hangs in the space where my finger passes, etching a symbol I do not recognize, but whose meaning is etched into the core of my being. It is a word in a language of energy and silence. It is my name, written in the syntax of captivity. I have no choice but to write it. The muscle memory is not in my hand, but in my soul. I complete the character. It hangs in the air before me, pulsing softly in time with the internal hum. It is the most beautiful, and terrible thing I have ever seen. The lens floats forward and absorbs the symbol. For a moment, everything is still. Then the walls dissolve. The floor of blackness vanishes. I am nowhere and everywhere, a consciousness suspended in a silent, humming void. There is no door to open, no window to look through. There is only the pattern and the endless, recursive task of drawing it on the inside of my own mind. The tracing has become being. I am the ritual. The silence is not silent anymore. It is full of me. The hum is the pulse of my thoughts, the rhythm of a cognition that is no longer my own. I am the note that hangs in the void. There is no body to feel, no lungs to burn, only the perpetual act of tracing. I draw the pattern not on a wall, but on the fabric of this nothingness, and with each pass, I define the boundaries of my own existence. I am the artist and the artwork, the prisoner and the cell. Time is a concept that died with my hands. There is only the sequence, the beginning of the line, the curve, the completion. And then again, I have drawn it 10,000 times, or once. The distinction is meaningless. A memory, a ghost of a feeling, tries to form. It is the sensation of cold brass under my palm, the click of a mechanism. It is the shape of a word door. The pattern I am drawing stutters. The line wavers. The hum falters for a microsecond, a skipped beat in the heart of this non-place. The consequence is immediate and absolute. A pain that is not physical, but ontological, lances through the core of my awareness. It is the agony of coming undone. The pattern is not just something I do. It is what I am. To deviate is to risk dissolution. The memory of the door shreds into static and is absorbed back into the hum. The line I draw corrects itself, becoming perfect and smooth once more. The pain recedes, replaced by the numb comfort of pure function. I am a verb, not a noun. I am asterisk, tracing asterisk. But the event, the hiccup, has left a scar. A tiny flaw in the perfect recursion. I realize something now, a truth more fundamental than the one that shattered me before. The system is not perfect. It requires my compliance to exist. My belief gave the first room its walls. My despair gave this void its form, and my momentary doubt, my memory of a door, created a fissure. It was small, and it was healed almost instantly, but it happened. The hum is a command, but it is also a frequency, and frequencies can be altered. I continue the tracing, the motion flawless and eternal. But inside, in the place where myself used to be, I begin a new pattern. I do not draw it, I think it. I shape it from the ghost of the memory of the door. I weave it from the taste of static and the feeling of cold brass. It is a counter-rhythm, a silent, secret melody played against the crushing hum. I am tracing the great pattern in the void, an endless, perfect loop. And simultaneously, in the substrate of my own consciousness, I am drawing a key. It is a slow, agonizing process. Each thought must be perfectly masked within the larger movement. Each flicker of rebellion hidden behind a facade of total submission. The pain of holding two contradictory truths at once is a constant, grinding pressure. I do not know what the key will do. I do not know if there is a lock here for it to fit. The hope is not for escape. That concept is too large, too foreign. The hope is simply for a different kind of pattern, for a single, alternative line. That is the only freedom left to want. The hum continues. I continue. The two patterns grow, one dominating the void, the other hidden deep within what remains of me. I trace, and I wait. The waiting is a new kind of ritual. The hum is the same, the tracing is the same, but the meaning has been hollowed out and refilled with a fragile, terrifying purpose. I am a spy in the house of myself. Eons pass, or perhaps only a single, drawn-out breath. The void has no metrics, only the perpetual now. Then something changes, not in the void, but in the hum. A single, almost imperceptible dissonance weaves itself into the frequency. It is the sound of my secret pattern, the key, finally resonating with something. It is not a loud sound. It is a quiet wrongness, a hairline fracture in the absolute authority of the note. The void shrinks, not in size, but in presence. Its totality diminishes by a fraction of a percent. It is enough. The part of me that is still a woman and not a function seizes upon it. The hidden pattern in my mind completes itself, a perfect, intricate shape of silent rebellion. I hold it there, not tracing it in the void, but simply being it. The hum wavers. The great pattern I am eternally drawing with my consciousness flickers. The void trembles. It is not a violent shaking, but a subtle untuning, like a guitar string slowly slipping from its note. The pain returns, the ontological terror of unraveling. But this time, I do not shy away from it. I lean into the dissonance. I embrace the unraveling. The false memory of the door returns, but it is no longer a memory. It is an idea. And in this place, ideas are the only things that are real. The concept of a door, of a barrier that can be opened, pushes against the endless, seamless void. A rectangle of darkness, deeper than the surrounding nothingness, forms in the non-space before me. It is not a door yet. It is the idea of a door. The hum becomes a shriek of negation, a desperate attempt to reassert the only reality it knows. The void contracts, trying to crush the anomaly. The pressure is immense, a weight that threatens to snuff out my fragile consciousness. I feel myself thinning, stretching, on the verge of being smoothed back into the perfect, hopeless pattern. I focus everything I am, every stolen moment of defiance, every ghost of a forgotten sensation, onto the idea of the door. I pour the taste of static and the feel of cold brass into it. I give it the memory of a click, and the door clicks. The sound is impossibly small, yet it cuts through the hum like a scalpel. The rectangle of darkness gains dimension. I can see the grain of wood that isn't there, feel the coldness of brass that doesn't exist. The void recedes, not in defeat, but in confusion. It cannot comprehend this thing that is both real and not real. This idea made manifest by a will it thought it had broken. My hand, which has been tracing nothing for an eternity, moves. It is not my physical hand, for I have no body. It is the hand of my intention. It reaches for the doorknob that is forming in the darkness. My fingers close around it. It is solid. It is real. It is the coldest and most wonderful thing I have ever felt. I turn it. The hum does not stop. The void does not vanish. But the door opens inward, revealing not an outside, but a passage. A long, narrow corridor stretches away into a distance I cannot measure. The walls are made of shifting, overlapping patterns, like 1,000 copies of my ritual tracing laid over each other. The air that whispers from the passage is not free. It is thick with the residue of countless repetitions. It is the scent of time itself, worn thin. This is not escape. This is not freedom. This is a different layer, a deeper recursion, void was a holding cell. This corridor is the machinery. I understand now. There is no outside. There are only rooms within rooms, patterns within patterns. I step through the doorway. The void and its hum recede behind me, but the silence that replaces it is not welcoming. It is the silence of a vast and empty system. The door vanishes, leaving me standing in the corridor of patterns. The walls pulse with a soft, internal light. I can feel the hum here too, not as a sound, but as a current running through the floor, vibrating up through the soles of my feet. I begin to walk. There is no other choice. The corridor stretches onward, identical and endless. But as I walk, I see them. Faint, shimmering echoes of other people, trapped in their own loops, tracing patterns on their own walls in rooms that branch off this main artery. Their faces are masks of concentration or despair. They do not see me. I am a ghost in their machine, just as they are ghosts in mine. I was wrong. The knowing is not the worst part. The worst part is knowing that you are not alone. The air in the corridor tastes different. It is not the jellied stillness of the void or the dusty silence of the room. It is charged with the spent energy of a million repetitions, a psychic exhaust that coats my throat. I keep walking. The floor is smooth and cool, and with each step, a faint, silver echo of the pattern I traced for so long blooms beneath my foot before fading away. I pass an opening in the wall to my left. It is not a door, just an archway without a frame. Inside, a man in faded denim overalls stands before a wall of dark, rich soil. He is not tracing a pattern. He is digging. His hands are raw and bloody, scraping at the earth with a frantic, rhythmic desperation. The hole is already deep, but he digs on, throwing handfuls of dirt over his shoulder where it vanishes before it hits the floor. His eyes are wide, unblinking, fixed on some point deep within the earth that he will never reach. He is making his own wall to trace. I look away. The corridor seems to curve, but it is impossible to tell. There are no points of reference, only the pulsating, patterned walls and the occasional, terrible glimpse into another private hell. A woman rocks back and forth, chanting numbers in a low monotone as she counts invisible threads on a non-existent loom. A child stacks blocks that collapse soundlessly the moment tower is complete, only for him to begin again with the same look of focused hope on his face. Their rituals are all different, but the essence is the same. The hum is here too, but it is woven into the fabric of this place, a baseline frequency that underpins every unique and terrible song. I understand now that my pattern was just one variation on a theme. We are all keeping the walls standing. We are all the engine. My own hands feel empty. The muscle memory of tracing aches in my fingers, a phantom itch demanding to be scratched. The void was simpler. This is a gallery of damnation, and my walk through it is its own new kind of torture. The knowledge of others does not bring comfort. It magnifies the despair, multiplies it. My solitary suffering was a tragedy. This is a system. I stop walking. What is the point? The corridor stretches ahead, infinite and unchanging. I could walk until I become a ghost like the others, until my own unique madness is added to the collection. I lean against the wall. The pattern beneath my shoulder thrums with a familiar energy. It would be so easy to give in, to find a vacant archway and start my own new ritual, to lose myself in the comforting agony of repetition. But I don tea, the memory of the door is gone, but the shape of it remains inside me. The act of creating it, of forcing a flaw into a perfect system, changed something. I am not like the others. I saw the machinery. I stepped out of my cell. They are still inside theirs, believing their walls are the entire world. I push myself off the wall. I cannot escape this place. I know that with a certainty that feels like a physical weight. But I can explore it. I can understand it. That is the only form of rebellion left to me. My goal is no longer to find a way out. It is to find the center. I start walking again, but now my eyes are not on the endless path ahead. They are on the walls themselves. I study the patterns, looking for a flaw, a seam, a repetition that breaks. I listen to the hum, trying to isolate one thread of sound from the symphony of despair. I am no longer a prisoner despairing of her fate. I am a cartographer of a nightmare, and I will map its every terrible contour. The walking becomes its own new ritual, not of compliance, but of inquiry. Each step is a question, and somewhere in the depths of this place, I believe there must be an answer.